Good evening, everybody. 6 o'clock. Hi, how are you doing? Hope everybody can check in okay. So you guys all know the drill here. Say hi in the question panel. I can get you checked in. Hope you guys have had a nice week so far. Yeah, nice seeing you guys. Fun review tonight of the bone lesson. Don't worry, I have no props tonight. No props. Good. So we're starting our next set of structure because you guys finished your set of structure. So kind of like starting off anew. You had your midterm. So everything after the midterm is new and will be on the final. So you guys can take a deep breath and say, whew. So all that information is good and should be stuck in your brain now, and that will not be on the final. So everything after the midterm is game for the final. Okay, so yeah, no frozen body parts today. Sorry, guys. So we have a few, I was looking at the structure today. We got quite a bit of structure to go through. And now we have the bone to review. So it looks like almost everybody is getting logged in. How'd you guys all do on your final? I didn't look. I mean, on your midterm. Everybody did pretty good? Wasn't as hard as you thought it would be? Not as intimidating? Oh, good job. I'm getting a lot of goods, greats. You were surprised, yeah? Checking in, thank you. Well, good. Awesome. So perfect. I'm not going to have the camera on all night, so you don't get to see my lovely little face. But we are going to watch some great videos with my main man from the 70s, right? Dan did a great job helping you prepare for the midnight term. Yeah, he does a great job preparing for all the classes. He's got lots of information and, you know, sets you guys up to succeed. So he has also given me all that information too. So you'll be in good hands on this side too. So it's good. It's good. All right. Awesome. So I got 20 people here. Is anybody making up tonight? Making up a class? I'm trying to like slouch and be in the camera, which is terrible. Nobody's making up. Okay, so everybody's supposed to be here. Okay, perfect. So, you know, tonight with the videos, some people can't watch them. Some people, the sound goes out, blah, blah, blah. So just remember, go into your audio portion of your control panel, hit audio, see if that helps. And if that doesn't help, log out, log back in, and hopefully that will help. These, you know, you guys have been doing this for, we're now half the class through, so you guys should be old hat at this by now. So, all right. Oh, I didn't load those. Let's see. Just got your sound to work. See, this is why I mention these things. let me see, where is my structure? Structure, let's see. We are going to start with, don't look at it, I'm going to scroll it really fast. I'm almost there. Almost there. One more. You guys ended with this, right? The anatomical hand. Oh, you can't see my screen. That's perfect. Awesome, because I haven't shared it yet. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. You guys ended with this anatomical position of the hand, correct? Yes. Awesome, awesome. Perfect. You know, sometimes I haven't been on here for a while, so I forget that I have to share my screen and I have to do this, I have to do that. All right, so I'm taking the camera away. Bye-bye. Can't see my face, can hear my voice. All right, so let's get into some structure. Supraspinatus. We're gonna do the rotator cuff muscles. Okay, good. Rotator cuff muscles. So let me see. I don't have any page numbers, but you guys do. Oh, my camera just fell. Supraspinatus. Supraspinatus. 21. 21, 21, 21. Supraspinatus, 21. All right, 21. Supraspinatus. Supra means like halo, like way above, like, you know, like you have a halo over your head, so it's above. Spinatus means spine of the scapula, so it's above the spine of the scapula. So if you break down the words, that's what it means. Over the top, supra spinatus. Try to move my stuff over a little bit here. Hold on. So I can see what you guys can see. All right, supraspinatus. That's a cool picture right there, looking down from your head. Over that bird's eye view. So the origin is supraspinatus fossa of the scapula. Supraspinatus fossa of the scapula. And the insertion is going to be the greater tubercle of the humerus. So a fossa is a dish-like depression in the bone. You should be writing this on your structure worksheets. Yes. Just like you did with Dan. And the actions are abduction of the humerus and stabilization, and stabilizes the head of the humerus. Initiates and finishes actions by itself. So it also does what it says in your book. It says scaption. So I'm going to go on camera for a second. Oh, but my camera crap. That's fine. Let's see if I can put it back up. Okay, so supraspinatus is here, right? It's right here. So when you do the I1 pose, right, that's your deltoid. Deltoid gets you to here. Supraspinatus gets your arm all the way to your ear. So it finishes that last movement. Cool, huh? And it does abduction. So, and it stabilizes the head of the humerus. Fun facts, fun facts. Okay. Let's see. You're not what I want. You're what I want. Let's see, let's see. Shoulder. Does it show it a little bit right there? Let's see, it shows it in here. Fade it. It does. See how supraspinatus is right here under the trapezius, coming out onto the arm, and it helps bring the arm back down.
Is that Wendy's over by on Valley Parkway? Is that an outward center?
I don't remember.
Was that state?
Bye. Sorry. Anyways, okay. So where are we going? Back to this. All right, so we're gonna do all of these and then I have a video. Okay, so supraspinatus, and then we're gonna have infraspinatus. Infraspinatus is gonna be on page 22. All of the rotator cuff muscles. So infra, meaning below, spinatus, spine of the scapula. Infraspinatus, so it comes out and it comes onto the head of the humerus, on the back part of the head of the humerus. Let me see if I can get my little pen here. Let's choose a color. I like green. So it comes out and it comes this way onto the head of the humerus here, right? So it's on the lat. This is going to help you see the motion in a minute. It says here. Infra means below. If you didn't catch that before. Okay. I'm gonna erase all those.
Okay.
Gross. Okay. Okay, so its origin is the infraspinatus fossa of the scapula, which is a dish-like depression, just like muscle before, and it comes out to the greater tubercle of the humerus. Okay. And then its action is extension and lateral rotation of the humerus. So it was showing you that this comes out onto the humerus right here. So it does lateral rotation because it's out on the lateral side. Hint, hint, right? So it's going to help you do lateral rotation and extension. So extension is pulling your arm back behind you, your humerus, moving your humerus back behind you. No worries. Okay. Shoulder extension, and it's not showing you this one. That's fun. Let's see. I'll show you in lateral rotation though. Here it is right there, infraspinatus. So let's get rid of this deltoid right here so you can see it come over. Get rid of that deltoid too so you can see it come over. Lateral rotation. And so the next muscle we're going to look at is this one, teres minor. Sure. The next muscle we're going to look at is teres minor, which is a little bit deep to infraspinatus. And it also does lateral rotation and extension of the humerus, just like infraspinatus, because, you know, they're about the same place and the same placement on the humerus and on the, you know, on the scapula, both together doing, and they do the same movement. So you can see them both there. So this light blue color here is infraspinatus, and the darker blue is teres minor, the next one we're going to talk about. So I'm not going to show this again. And then somebody asked me to do supraspinatus one more time. Let's see. Supraspinatus. That's not there. Supraspinatus. It won't let me take the trapezius out, but it's letting me fade these. So you can see the muscle. I can't get to it to highlight it. Maybe I can do it from the front. Oh, I can. Okay. So I'm going to bring it back around. So there's supraspinatus right there, underneath the deltoids, underneath trapezius, and supraspinatus, doing abduction of the shoulder. So it's taking the shoulder away, abduction. Okay, no problem. All right. Teres minor. So we already watched the little thing for teres minor. So teres minor, it says page 23. Teres minor, page 23. So it is on the axillary border of the scapula, and it comes across over to the head of the humerus. So the upper 2/3 axillary border of the scapula is the origin, and the insertion is going to be the greater tubercle of the humerus. And the actions are going to be the same as infraspinatus. Extension and lateral rotation of the humerus. Remember, it's coming out onto the lateral side. So it's going to pull it back to do a lateral rotation. And these three muscles come up and make like a encasing right here with all their tendinous fibers. Oops, stop it. Okay. As they stabilize the head of the humerus. And this is why we call it the rotator cuff. This is the cuff part. Is all their tendons right here that make this tendinous cuff looking thing. And our last one of our set of 4 is subscapularis. So subscapularis is on page 24. And as you can see here, this is the breastbone. So we're looking at the body from the anterior view here. So you have to look through the ribs onto the anterior side of the scapula. And it comes through the armpit. So it's anterior and it comes through the armpit onto the head of the humerus. So it's medial, right? So if this is medial, which way do you think it does the rotation? Oh yeah, that's right. It does medial rotation. Good job. Okay, so our origin is subscapular fossa of the scapula. So the dish-like depression of the subscapular fossa. And its insertion is the lesser tubercle of the humerus. So it's the only one that has the lesser tubercle of the humerus. Yes. So all except subscapularis insert posteriorly onto the humerus. And the action is medial rotation and adduction of the humerus. So it adds it to the body. Let's see. Whoa, getting all kinds of freaky there. Catch it. Oh, I can catch it. Okay, so the blue is subscapularis. Antagonist to supraspinatus. Yes, I would say yes. I wish I could get these off of here. Maybe I'll pull this up another way. But you can see how it's medially rotating this. It seems to do the opposite. It does. So it's medially rotating it. It's pulling it forward. So if I turn this guy, you can see, if I fade this one, you can see it working sort of right there. So if I took my pen and I put up this one here, and I did this one here, right? And then the other one would be here. Right, so you see all of them. So these ones would be these muscles, the infraspinatus and the teres minor would be the ones bringing this arm back. And subscapularis is moving it to the front. I hope that makes sense for you guys. Now that I made a chicken scratch all crazy drawing. Let's see. Let me do this. Let me see if I can get this really quick here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Let's hide that. Let's hide this one. Let's hide that one. All right, so this right here is subscapularis, and it's coming out onto the lesser tubercle of the humerus. But right here is the bicipital groove of the humerus, which I wanted you to see. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to move this, but it's going to move the groove. But the rest of them are back here. Come up here and then here. So let me see. So when I do this, you can see, if I make that blue, it starts to make like a puff around the top, right? But this bicipital groove, which is now over here, would be here, and that's where your we have a lot of muscles here, but your biceps tendon comes through there. Which is just fun facts for you guys, so don't trip out. But I just want you to see how they all wrap around the shoulder together in one big thing. Perfect. All right, so let's go back to here and let's put our main man on and see, where are those? Oh, it's been a minute since I've done this. Hold on. Haha, rotator cuff muscles. Here we go.
The supraspinatus, infraspinatus, teres minor, and subscapularis are known as the rotator cuff muscles. Together, they encompass and therefore stabilize the glenohumeral joint. All of the rotator cuff muscles are very accessible. The chunky supraspinatus is located in the supraspinous fossa, deep to the trapezius's upper fibers. Its belly runs underneath the acromion and attaches to the humerus's greater tubercle. 4 muscles that stabilize the glenohumeral or shoulder joint. Big job, very important. Let's get a handle on them. I'm going to begin with the supraspinatus. There you can see that small rotator cuff muscle that sits right off the top of the shoulder. And probably the easiest way to get a handle on it is to find that spine of the scapula here that runs at an angle up toward the acromion. And if I let my finger slide superior into the supraspinous fossa, there I can feel, deep to those fibers of the trapezius, the supraspinatus belly right there. And as I follow it laterally, it gets a little thinner and a little more tendinous, and there it passes underneath the acromion to attach to that greater tubercle of the humerus here, deep to the deltoid. So if I want to feel the supraspinatus contract, I'm going to just ask my partner to just try to abduct your shoulder a little bit, press against my hand, and there, deep again to those trapezius fibers, that muscle, it's a small little guy, definitely contracts and relax. And there it definitely softens up. Now, finally, to shorten or lengthen the supraspinatus, I can come over to the side and I can shorten the supraspinatus by abducting the shoulder, and I can lengthen it by bringing the arm back to the side of the body, adducting the shoulder. The flat, convergent belly of the infraspinatus is located in the infraspinous fossa. Most of its belly is superficial, with the medial portion deep to the trapezius and a lateral portion beneath the deltoid. The teres minor is a small muscle squeezed between the infraspinatus and teres major. It is located high in the axilla and can be challenging to grasp. So now let's isolate the second and third rotator cuff muscles, the infraspinatus and the teres minor. So let's begin with the infraspinatus. The easiest way to find its belly is to isolate the 3 bony landmarks that surround it. That would include the spine of the scapula here, the medial border of the scapula here, there's the inferior angle, and then the lateral border of the scapula here. And if I set my fingers along these 3 landmarks, they sort of form a bit of a triangle. And that's where that infraspinatus belly is going to be before all the convergent fibers come this way to pass underneath the deltoid and attach at that greater tubercle of the humerus. So if I want to see it engage, I'm going to ask my partner to just simply raise his elbow up just a little bit off the table. Great. And there we can see a nice example of the infraspinatus right there, right in between those landmarks. Here we can see a bit of the teres major. Here's some of that posterior deltoid. And there we can see some of the fibers of the trapezius. Go ahead and relax. So I'm just going to set my fingers right in that triangle and roll across the fibers of the infraspinatus. It has a very different feel than the supraspinatus we were feeling before, which was a little more bulky and more malleable. Good, and I can follow this laterally, again, as it passes underneath the deltoid and becomes more tendinous right there. So there's our infraspinatus. Next to it is going to be the teres minor again. There you go. And for the teres minor, I'm going to just locate the lateral border of the scapula again. Just mark that out. And right along this pathway is going to be two teres muscles, the teres major, and then just above it, the teres minor. Now the teres major is going to be much larger, as its name insinuates, and I can just get my fingers on that here, on my partner, and then I'm going to leave my fingers just above it and roll across the small teres minor. So the teres minor sits between the teres major and the infraspinatus. And if I ask my partner to just laterally rotate his shoulder joint, just go ahead and press your hand, the back of your hand into mine. Great. There we can see the infraspinatus again contract, and right next to it is the small teres minor. Now what's curious is, notice that the teres major, it's not doing anything because it does not laterally rotate the humerus. But if I ask him to go the other way, go ahead and just medially rotate. Wow, look who shows up. The teres major now definitely engages, but the infraspinatus and teres minor are relaxed. Good. So they're antagonists on rotation of the shoulder. So if we wanted to shorten the teres minor and infraspinatus, we can adduct the shoulder, and to lengthen them, we can abduct the shoulder like so. So lengthened and shortened. Good. So now for our fourth rotator cuff muscle, I'm going to turn my partner sideline to locate the subscapularis.
The deep subscapularis, located on the scapula's anterior surface, is sandwiched between the subscapular fossa and serratus anterior muscle, with only a small portion of its muscle belly accessible.
So here's what we're going to do. First, I'm just going to scoop up my partner's arm and just pull it forward, which brings the scapula off the rib cage like so, opening up the axilla or armpit. And what this affords is, now I can sink my thumb into the axilla and access part of that anterior surface of the scapula. But in order to do that, I need to just avoid some of this tissue here, and that's the latissimus dorsi and the teres major. So instead of trying to sink my thumb through this tissue, I'm going to just put my thumb right here in front of it, and then very slowly, with my partner's breath, just sink my thumb slowly into the axilla until I find myself bumping into the anterior surface of that scapula, right about there. And if I just want to check if I'm on the muscle, I'm going to ask my partner to try to medially rotate his shoulder. So I'm going to ask him to try to swing his hand this way. Great. And relax. And do that about, 20%. Great. Just a nice small contraction, and there, underneath my thumb, I feel the subscapularis engage. Good. And relax. And also, while I'm here, I can explore moving the shoulder to get in even a little bit further. I'm going to slowly bring my thumb out, and there we go. And now let's try to find this from a supine position. I can do pretty much the same thing. I'm going to just bring the arm up, hold it like so. I'm going to notice that all of this tissue here is the latissimus dorsi, part of that teres major. And I'm going to set my thumb right into that space. And then mobilizing the shoulder, I'm going to slowly sink my thumb into the axilla, just sort of following my partner's breath. Because this is someone's armpit, it's a little tender. And right there, I feel sort of a wall that is that anterior surface of the scapula. And if I ask my partner to try to medially rotate his shoulder like that, great. Underneath my thumb, There's a very solid contraction. Good and relaxed. And it's not really like a big tubular muscle or anything. It's more of like just a flat wall of muscle laying against the scapula. Good. And that is another way you can access some of that subscapularis in a supine position. And finally, if we want to lengthen the subscapularis, I can laterally rotate the shoulder, and to shorten it, I can medially rotate the shoulder. So lengthen and shorten. And there's some information to get you started to locating and palpating the four muscles that stabilize the glenohumeral joint, the rotator cuff muscles.
I love that guy. He's so cool. All right. What's his name? I don't have any idea. I don't know what his name is. I'll have to ask Dan. He probably knows. All right. Lavator scapula. The I don't know muscle. Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm glad that you're able to fix it so you can watch it. Lavator, lavator. It says PG. PG what? Lavator. Anybody got a page number for me? 15? 15. 15, page 15. Job. Here I come again. Okay, lavator. Let's see, can I do this right? So we all did this. I don't know. I don't know. Lavator scapula. I don't know. Having a hard time with medial and lateral rotation. Can you explain, demonstrate? Okay, hold on, let me get back on here. Okay, medial, let me see. Okay, so you see my arm, front side of my arm. So medial rotation, medial rotation. So you can see my elbow goes from the back side of me to the front side of me, medial rotation. Lateral rotation is going to take it back to the back. Lateral rotation. Okay, there we go. All right. Haha, I should know. Levator scapula. All right, levator scapula. The I don't know muscle, because it brings your shoulders up for you. If the arm is abducted over the head and medially rotated. Well, my shoulder just crunched when I did it. Let me think about that one. Let me think about that. But yes, probably because, you know, your arms can free float anywhere. So the question is, would it still be considered medial rotation if an arm was abducted, ABD, above the head? So you're still rotating forward, right? And you're still rotating laterally. So you're still bringing your hands forward. So it's still a medial rotation and a lateral rotation. Your arms are weird because they get to do things in different directions. A shrug, yes, a shrug is Levator scapula. Okay, so let's get back to levator scapula. Levator scapula, the I don't know muscle. So its origin is C1 through C4 transverse processes. And its insertion is the superior angle of the scapula to the root of the spine of the scapula. So just this tiny little kind of angle right here on your scapula. Hopefully my other program will be able to show this better. Okay, and its actions is elevation of the scapula, medial rotation of the scapula. So downward rotation of the scapula. So back pocket. So like you're reaching to your back pocket to the opposite side. I know, this one's hard to imagine. So medial, so this is gonna go down and then that way. It's how the angle of the scapula moves is what they're talking about with the medial rotation of the scapula. So it's gonna come down and go this way, like yeah. So we're talking about the angle of the scapula moving. All right, let's see if my man in Muscle Premium has something for me. Probably don't. Have a good levator for me. Let's see. No. So this is levator scapula right here. So it shows it here, but you can see how this angle, this is just up and down, but you see how it kind of moves a little bit. So if I go with it. Let me see if there's a better one. Because you can see trapezius also helps with this action, right? Here we go. This one's beautiful. So do you see how the angle goes towards the other back pocket? Like when you're driving in your car and you got to get something from behind your seat and your scapula is going to turn in towards the spine. That's the downward rotation, medial rotation. It's really hard to comprehend this without some moving pictures. So thank goodness for this program. Okay, I got a little video. Lavator scapula. So here comes your video.
The lavator scapula is located along the lateral and posterior sides of the neck. Its inferior portion is deep to the upper trapezius. However, as the lavator ascends the lateral side of the neck, its fibers come out from under the trapezius and become superficial. Its belly is approximately 2 fingers wide, with fibers that naturally twist around themselves.
Is it a neck muscle? Is it a shoulder muscle? Who knows? Let's find out. So my partner's prone, and let's just begin by seeing that muscle. There it is, running from that superior angle of the scapula all the way up to the side of the neck. Good. So I'm going to begin by just isolating that first landmark, the superior angle. And so there's the medial border of my partner's scapula, and there would be the superior angle. And if I'm not quite sure if that's part of the scapula or part of the rib cage, I can just passively shift the scapula up and down a little bit, and sure enough, that tip right there moves with me. From that point, the lavator passes underneath the trapezius to go here and attach at the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. And those I can just find right on the side of the neck. Notice I'm not back here on the posterior surface, not up here on the anterior lateral surface. I'm right on the side. And that's where I can find that sort of bony ridge formed by the TVPs. One fun way to remember it is Frankenstein's bolt. Well, it was in one of his TVPs. And that's where the lavator is going to attach. Now, if I want to see it engaged, I'm just going to ask my partner to try to elevate his scapula toward his ear. That's great, plenty. And here we have that edge of the trapezius, and I'm going to set my fingers just sort of in front of it, right there. And you can even see how my fingers sort of clunk across the fibers of the lavator that is definitely engaged as he elevates his shoulder. Good, and go ahead and relax. And as he relaxes, so do those fibers. Those muscles are not engaged now. And I can follow it as it passes underneath the trapezius here, and I can follow it all the way to that superior angle. Good, so let's just take a moment and differentiate it from some of those surrounding muscles. Go ahead and raise your head slightly. Great. And here we have that edge of the trapezius, right here, kind of curling around. There's the lavator passing underneath. Good, go ahead and relax. And here we have some of the scalenes just in front of the lavator, which we'll have a better chance of seeing from a supine position. So let's do that now. So my partner's supine, and I'm just going to scoop his head and locate that superior angle right there. It's just deep to those upper fibers of the trapezius, and I know that the lavator is going to attach there and run up to the side of the neck here. And if I ask my partner to just try to shrug his shoulder up toward his ear a little bit, I can set my thumb right along that pathway, sure enough, and there's that lavator scapula fibers engaging as they sort of penetrate from there all the way up to those TVPs of the cervicals. Good, and relax. So again, we've got the upper fibers of the trapezius here that come around the back of the neck, so that couldn't be the lavator. I've got the splenius capitis. If you go ahead and just try to laterally flex your head, bringing your ear toward your shoulder, right here I can feel some of that splenius capitis that comes out from under the trapezius and attaches at the base of the head. So that couldn't be the lavator because the lavator attaches at the side of the neck. Go ahead and relax. And then here, just in front of where the lavator is, go ahead and take a nice, slow, high, deep breath, and you're up. Great. Right there, I feel some of the posterior scalene, which is the muscle just in front of the lavator. Good, and relax. And finally, if I want to lengthen the lavator scapula on the side I'm palpating, I can laterally flex the head away, and to shorten it, I can laterally flex it to the same side.
So, is it a neck muscle? Is it a shoulder muscle? Well, you guessed it. It's both.
It's both. It's both. Neck and shoulder. All right. Latissimus dorsi, page 20. Latissimus dorsi. What? Why? That is so weird. All right. Every time I go to move my question panel, it brings up that video thing. I don't know. Okay. Are you guys there, or is the screen still black? Screen is black. Still black. Why? My screen. You should see my screen. My screen. Do you see my screen? There. Okay. That was trippy. I don't know what would happen. Okay. Latissimus dorsi, page 20. Okay. So latissimus dorsi. Remember I told you about that bicipital groove in the humerus. Well, this muscle comes and wraps around the humerus to get into that bicipital groove of the humerus. So this is a really, really big muscle. Has a big tendinous part to it. It's what we call the bat wings on swimmers. You might have heard of it as the lats. Latissimus dorsi. So the origin is the thoracolumbar aponeurosis. T7 through T12 spinous process. Ribs 9 through 12. Sacrum and iliac crest. And then its tiny insertion is the bicipital groove of the humerus. Oops. My goodness. Pen. Pen me. Okay. Throw. Why? Okay. Throw. So for thoracic. Lumbar for the lumbar area. So you see thoracic, and then you see lumbar. Thoracolumbar. The O, again, for bone or osteo, to break up the word. And aponeurosis is a large flat tendon. Large flat tendon. Okay, so you just by the word, the thoracolumbar, you know it's in both the thoracic and the lumbar areas. So that's how we have T7 through T12 spinous processes, right? And the aponeurosis is the large flat tendon part that comes down here in this area that you see was white in the picture. So if I scroll back up, see how it's like white here? So you can see that aponeurosis. It does extension, medial rotation, and adduction of the humerus. So extension, medial rotation, and adduction of the humerus. Latissimus means widest, and dorsi means back in Latin. It is the widest muscle of the back. We also learn it as our most superficial muscle of the inferior back. I'm reading the little red box on your page. It says it's active in forceful movements such as swimming, chopping with an axe, and pulling the shoulder girdle down when using crunches. Cool. All right, so I have a little video for this one. Ready for the video? Latissimus dorsi. Here we go.
The latissimus dorsi is the broadest muscle of the back. Its thin superficial fibers originate at the low back, ascend the side of the trunk, and merge into a thick bundle at the axilla. The teres major is called Lat's little helper because it is a complete synergist with the latissimus dorsi. It is superficial and located along the scapula's lateral border between the latissimus dorsi and the teres minor.
Let's begin by engaging the latissimus dorsi. I'm going to ask my partner to medially rotate his shoulders. And how that'll happen is I'll ask him to just go ahead and try to press his hand into my leg, which is conveniently there. And as he medially rotates the humerus, there we can see all of that latissimus dorsi and the teres major engage. And while he continues, I can really feel that tissue as it converges and funnels into the axilla. Go ahead and relax. And sure enough, all of this tissue now softens up. Good. So let's begin with the latissimus dorsi. Probably the easiest way to get your hands on some of it is to sort of scoop up that lateral edge right there. And if I'm not quite sure if I'm on it, I can ask him to medially rotate again. So he's going to press his hand. There you go. And all of this tissue suddenly gets much more difficult to lift up. Good, and relax. Now, I'm not grasping this. This is skin. And you can tell it's skin because it's sort of gelatinous and it doesn't have any, well, meat to it. But if I reach in a little more, all of this is going to be the latissimus dorsi. And it certainly gets much thicker as it converges and bundles right here on the posterior axilla. And then as I follow it inferiorly, it becomes much thinner as it merges into that thoracolumbar aponeurosis, that big piece of fascia on the low back. So if this is my latissimus dorsi, where's going to be its synergist, the teres major? Well, the easiest place to start is to find the lateral border of the scapula. So I'm just going to sort of work my partner's shoulder here a little bit. And there I can find the inferior angle of the scapula. And if I walk my thumb along that edge, there I can find the lateral border, which is where the teres major will attach. So if I ask my partner to go ahead and engage again and try to immediately rotate, wow, the very dense mass of muscle tissue running right off that lateral border. Good, go ahead and relax. And so I can access it directly, just right on top of the muscle belly, right there, or I can scoop up underneath, sort of taking the latissimus dorsi with me, sort of like grabbing a hamburger, and there I can feel the teres major underneath my fingers, like so. Very accessible tissue. Thank you. Finally, we can lengthen the teres major and latissimus dorsi by abducting the shoulder, laterally rotating it, and even bringing it up like so. And then finally, we can shorten the muscles by bringing the arm next to the body like so, which adducts the shoulder joint. We can also access these muscles in a supine position. I can take my partner's arm and flex the shoulder, and then if I ask him to try to bring his elbow toward his hip, go ahead and extend. There you can see a fabulous example of how the latissimus dorsi comes up on the side of the torso and coming into here at the axilla. And go ahead and relax. And I can really get my hands on that flap of tissue here on the side of the torso. And as I come up closer, I find that there is the bulky tissue of the teres major. Good. And finally, this is a nice place to also lengthen and shorten the muscle. To lengthen these muscles, I can bring the arm up overhead to full flexion, and to shorten them, of course, bring the arm back to the side into a neutral state.
Okay. I think we need to take a break, and we'll talk about teres major when we come back. So it is 7:08. Let's take a 10-minute right now. So we will come back at 7:18. See you in a few. Okay, I'm back. All right. Teres major. Teres major. So you just watched the little video on teres major. So we nicknamed it the little lat because it does all the same movements that latissimus dorsi does. And its origin is the lower 1/3 axillary border of the scapula. And its insertion is the bicipital groove of the humerus. So same insertion and same actions as like latissimus dorsi. So that's how it got dubbed the little lat. The word teres means round. So when you feel these muscles, they feel a little bit like a round, like cylindry, like round versus flat, like the latissimus dorsi. And the actions are extension, medial rotation, and adduction of the humerus. Sure. Just one second. I'm going to go back to the previous slide for somebody. Okay, and the one before? The one before just says the name and it has this picture. But I'll go back to it so you can take a picture of it. Let me know when you're good with this slide. Oh, to the left slide. Oh, here. Here's teres major. You want me to go back to the lat slide? Okay. Raquel, did you get what you needed? Okay, perfect. All right. So, see the muscle here and it comes through the armpit onto the arm. Remember? So that gives you that medial rotation. The teres major and latissimus dorsi also make up the posterior fold of your axilla, of your armpit. It's kind of interesting. Let's see. Well, spinal rotation is not all we need. Nope, sorry. Let's see. I want. Here's our big old latissimus dorsi doing some extension. And teres major. So teres major, latissimus dorsi. I come in here and I can fade this. Fade the tricep. You can see them come onto the humerus through the armpit there. So this one's shoulder extension, pulling the arm back. We've seen this one, but you can watch it now for this one. The rotation. It attaches anteriorly, yes. No worries. Yeah, it comes around onto the groove, bicipital groove of the humerus. Let me see if I can do this. Let me turn this guy. Oh, come on. Play polite. All right, let's see if we can fade this dude. Here you go. So you can see right there. If you pull, pause. So that's almost your shoulder forward right there. So that's right in the bicipital groove. So you can see that it comes through the armpit. So that's how it immediately rotates it back to your body. Okay, so we've seen those two. What do we need next? What's next on our agenda? Let's see. Oh, trapezius. Page 14, trapezius has a very, very long origin. So trapezius Some people call it the kite muscle because, as you can see here, it has that kite shape to it. Attachments of the right and left trapezius muscles, rear view. So from the occiput to T12. So external occipital protuberance. You can see here, it comes onto the, here, on this picture here. It's on the clavicle and it comes around, here's your acromion, and then it kicks back and goes down the spine of the scapula. That's all attachment. Okay, so origin, external occipital protuberance, ligamentum nuchae, C7 through T12 spinous processes. And then the insertion says spine of the scapula, acromion, lateral clavicle. And then it says sac. Okay. We use sac for another muscle to help us remember. So it actually comes down to the root of the spine of the scapula. So if you add R, root to the spine of the scapula, and you get an R. So you can add, you say cars to make it a little bit different, but that's up to you. But either way, it's clavicle, acromion, and then you could say root for the R of the spine. It's up to you. But that's how they get sac, is spine of the scapula, acromion, and clavicle. Everybody good with this page? Okay. And then the actions, it does elevation, depression, adduction, which is retraction, lateral rotation, which is upward, all of the scapula. So the bone it moves is the scapula. So elevation, we know that's lifting our shoulders up, right? Depression is pushing our scapulas down. Retraction, so adduction, retraction. So this is like the rhomboids, pulling the scapulas to the mid back towards the spine. And the lateral rotation is going to be that angle of the scapula again. So the angle is going to come out, go up. So the top portion does the elevation. The middle portion does the adduction. And the bottom portion does the depression. Okay. Because it's such a big muscle. There's a lot of things. All right. Whoop, whoop. There goes the dog. Okay, let's see. Adduction, right? Bringing the scapula towards the midline of the body, or towards the spine. This is this upward rotation. So again, we're talking about the angle of the scapula. You can see the buddy here, right? We're going to talk about this buddy in a little bit, serratus anterior. Helping out with this motion. Depression. Depression. And this depression. All of us do this from time to time, hold our shoulders up to our ears like they're earrings, and we have to depress our scapulas down to help relax our shoulders. Okay. So let's see. Trapezius video of our dude.
The trapezius lies superficially along the upper back and neck. Its broad, thin fibers blanket the shoulders, attaching to the occiput at the base of the head, the lateral clavicle, the scapula, and the spinous processes of the thoracic vertebrae. Chances are, if you've ever given someone a shoulder rub, you're a little familiar with this muscle. So let's give it a shot. First thing I'm going to do is locate the bony landmarks that really isolate the tendinous attachments of this muscle. And the first one is going to be at the base of the head, the superior nuchal line,
right here. Now, I can see this easily because my partner is bald, but even if he weren't, I can pretty much draw a line straight across the top of the ears, and that's going to be the location of that superior nuchal line. And there we have a very pronounced external occipital protuberance. So this is going to be one bony landmark that'll be important for the upper fibers of the trapezius. Then we can come down to the scapula and clavicle and palpate and locate the spine of the scapula here just off the top of the shoulder. Notice I'm not poking him with my finger. No, I'm just going to use the broad finger pads, and there's that superficial line. And if I follow it out to the acromion at the cap of the shoulder, there's that bald surface right there. And then if I follow the acromion over to the lateral portion of the clavicle, there. And that J will be an important attachment site for the upper and middle fibers of the trapezius. And then finally, the last bony landmark or landmarks will be the spinous processes of C7 all the way down to T12. Now, there's a lot of spinous processes, so how do we find those? Well, luckily, the spinous process of C7 is right at the base of the neck and is more prominent than the surrounding landmarks. And sure enough, there's his C7. And now it's really just a matter of counting down. T1, and there's a little gap, and then T2, and a little gap, and there's T3. You just walk your fingers all the way down systematically as you find all of these spinous processes. And it's really worth the time to actually do this because you notice that not all spinous processes are lined up as maybe they should be. And some are a little larger than others. And there we are down to T12. So we've got the spinous processes of C7 to T12, the clavicle and the spine of the scapula, and the superior nuchal line. Those are three landmarks that are going to help isolate the trapezius. So let's get our hands on some of this. Let's first find the upper fibers of the trapezius. I'm going to just bring my partner's arm off the side of the table, and I'm just going to grasp some of this tissue here on the top of the neck and the top of the shoulder. And this flap of muscle tissue right here is the trapezius. Now, notice I'm not doing this. Well, this is the rhomboids, the trap, a bit of lavator scapula. No, no, no. We just want this flap of tissue right here as it goes right up to the base of the head. And if I ask my partner to just raise his head off the face cradle just about an inch or so, that's great. I can really feel that tissue contract, very superficial, right on the top of the neck. And then relax, and I can follow this edge all the way down to that lateral clavicle. So that right there is the upper portion of your trapezius. Then, to find the middle fibers, I'm going to just ask my partner to raise his elbow just off the table a bit, and there we can see a great example of those middle fibers spanning across this way, right above the rhomboids. And if I set my fingers on them as he's engaging, there we can really feel those fibers as they run this way, like so. Good, go ahead and relax. And finally, the lower fibers of the trapezius can be engaged by, go ahead and bring your arms just straight out in front of you like Superman, sort of holding them out there. And as he holds his arm out there, the lower fibers of the trapezius contract to stabilize the scapula. And there we can see a nice line, that edge of the lower fibers of the trap. And while he's contracting, just going to roll my fingers across them here. They're very palpable and superficial. And you can see where they head right down to that spinous process of T12 where we were palpating before. Good. Go ahead and relax. So finally, I can shorten and lengthen portions of the trapezius in different ways. The upper fibers and the lower fibers are antagonists. So the upper fibers elevate the scapula, while the lower fibers depress the scapula. So if I wanted to shorten the upper fibers, I'm going to elevate the scapula, which lengthens the lower fibers. And conversely, if I want to shorten the lower fibers, I can depress the scapula, and that lengthens the upper fibers. And finally, to shorten the middle fibers, I can scoop the shoulder and adduct the shoulder closer to the spine, just like so. And that's your trapezius. Very thin, very superficial, but very accessible.
Okay. Trapezius. It's a good muscle. But when you sleep funny, this is the one. Your neck hurts a little bit. Tweaked. That upper trapezius. Usually a little bit problematic when you sleep funny. Rhomboids. Everybody's favorite to get massaged. Page 16. These muscles are usually overstretched and tired. That's why they're everybody's favorite to get massaged. The rhomboids. So you see here, they come down into a chevron pattern. We have two rhomboids, a minor and a major, but we learn them as a group, so you just know the rhomboids. The origin is C7 through T5 spinous processes. So they're on the spinous processes. So anything on a spinous processes is typically superficial. Anything on a transverse processes is typically deep. And then it attaches to the vertebral border of the scapula. So you might also hear this called the medial border of the scapula, same area. And then our action is adduction of the scapula and a medial rotation of the scapula. Adduction, we've already learned, is bringing it closer to the midline of the body or closer to the spine. And medial downward rotation is also about the angle of the scapula. So trapezius does these same actions. Can I go back quick? Sure, no problem. Everybody good with this slide before I go back up? Perfect. Okay. Let me know when you're good with this slide. Perfect. Okay. So trapezius did these same actions. What do we want? We wanted, my brain just left my head. Adduction, adduction. You can see right underneath. So deep to trapezius. you're going to see the rhomboids. There they are, doing their synergistic movement with trapezius. Why do they get so sore and overworked versus the trapezius? My best guess is because their only job is to do these two things, right? So moving the scapula in towards the spine and doing the downward rotation, moving the scapula out. The trapezius also works up here and down here. So it's a larger muscle mass, right? So it's got, trapezius is working here and here and here. So this muscle is doing a lot of the work because trapezius is working so many other places. Does that make sense? So when we round our shoulders forward and we're just stretching out this muscle, it gets tired and sore. Because most of us don't have our shoulders back where they should be. Because I don't know, because we drive in cars and we have our phones in front of us. We type on the computer. Does that sound like anybody on here? No, it sounds like me. Okay, rhomboids. Rhomboids. I know I have a video for the rhomboids. Oh, I do. Here it comes.
The rhomboid muscles are located between the scapula and vertebral column. Named for their geometric shape, the major is larger than the minor. They have thin fibers that lie deep to the trapezius and are superficial to the erector spinae muscles.
Do you remember geometry? There was that square that looked like it got blown in the wind and suddenly became a rhombus. Well, that's the shape of the muscles that we're going to locate. And we're going to begin by finding the bony landmarks that really outline the rhomboids on the body. First, I'm going to just scoop up my partner's shoulder, and I'm going to find the medial border of the scapula. And that's really quite readily found right there, right along the path of my index finger. There's the spine of the scapula, there's the inferior angle, and right there is that medial border. So we've got the medial border, and then we've got the spinous processes of C7 to T5. Now, there's a lot of spinous processes, so where are those? Well, luckily, the spinous process of C7 is more pronounced than the surrounding ones, and it's found right at the base of the neck. So if I lay the flat of my fingers right here, right along the base of her neck, well, sure enough, there's a very prominent spinous process, and that's going to be C7. And then I can just systematically count down T1, there's a little gap, and then T2, T3, and T4, and T5. Great. So we've got the spinous processes
of C7 to T5, and we've got the medial border. And you can see how my 4 fingertips form that rhombus shape where the rhomboids are located. So let's check it out. I'm going to just engage the muscle by putting my partner's hand in the small of her back and asking her to just try to lift her elbow up into my hand a little bit. Great. And as she does so, the rhomboids engage as they try to adduct the scapula, pulling it closer to the spine. And right there, we have a nice example of the rhomboids filling in this space right here. And go ahead and relax. And if I palpate in this area, I'm going to palpate, first of all, through the superficial fibers of the trapezius. But if I roll my fingers perpendicular to the rhomboids, so I'm going to roll them this way, wow, sure enough, there's the very clear fibers of the rhomboid major, and a little further superior, the rhomboid minor. But for palpatory purposes, just so you know, they're basically one muscle. So look at it that way. And now just to differentiate, notice that I'm not working my fingers into all of this deeper tissue. No, that's the erector spinae. So let's just take a moment to differentiate these. Here on top, nice and superficial, is the very thin fibers of the trapezius. Then, working a little deeper, I can feel the fibers of the rhomboids, again going this direction. And then if I work even deeper, I can feel the fibers of the erector spinae that are running in this direction vertically. Great. And that's going to be your rhomboid major and minor here on the upper back. And whoever said that geometry didn't have practical application in everyday life?
Okay, so next, serratus anterior. Serratus anterior. So that's page 17. Serratus anterior. So serratus comes out onto each rib, as you can see here, and gives it that serrated look, like a serrated knife. That's how it got its name, serratus anterior. So anterior means that it's more in the front, but it's on the side. Does that make sense? This picture over here shows it's pretty in the front. And this picture, I think, is more closer to reality than this one. But it does start on the scapula, on the anterior side of the scapula, and comes to your anterior ribs, your front side of your ribs. So the origin is the lateral 1 through 8, sometimes 9 ribs. And then the insertion is the vertebral border of the scapula. Stay good. Same insertion as the rhomboids. The rhomboids are on the posterior side of the scapula, and and serratus is going to be on the anterior side of the scapula. But for us to easily remember, vertebral border of scapula. And the actions as abduction, so protraction of the scapula. So that's the opposite. Protraction is the opposite of retraction. Abduction is the opposite of adduction. There's a lateral upward rotation of the scapula, stabilizes the scapula against the chest wall. Right, so it helps hold this bone down to our body. Depression of the scapula. So lateral upward rotation. So remember that again, that's going to be the angle of the inferior angle of the scapula. Which way is it going to go? So here's serratus anterior. So you can see it doesn't come all the way forward. It's on your sides more. Okay, I'll go back in a second. But you can see how it's on the angle and it comes here onto the edge of the scapula right there on the anterior side. Play. Oops. This shows you abduction, the shoulder. I want one that shows you better. Good. So this is your arm in front of you. And you're pushing your arm straight out to like touch something. And then you're bringing your shoulder back. Is it abduction versus adduction? Because the insertion site is located on the anterior versus this anterior medial scapula versus the posterior. Yes, because it is on the anterior side and and it helps pull, and then it's anchored here, so it's pulling forward. And then on the rhomboids, it's anchored at the spine, so it pulls towards the spine. Oh, sorry. I wanted to turn that so you can see it better this way. Your origin is your anchor. Your insertion is the part that moves. So here our anchor is on the ribs, so we're moving the scapula towards the ribs. If we were going the other way, and this was the rhomboids here, we were the rhomboids, right? We would go towards the spine. We'd be moving towards our anchor. That's why these two muscles are antagonistic of each other. They do opposite movements. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the slide. There you go. Here's your. You're welcome. I'm pretty sure Dan did it too, but anytime. Repeat, 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 you know. We all forget. So, Carlos, let me know when you're good with this slide. You good? Okay, you're good too. All right. Perfect. You guys ready to watch our guy do his little video? Serratus anterior.
Always well developed on superheroes, the serratus anterior lies along the posterior and lateral rib cage. Its oblique fibers extend from the ribs underneath the scapula to attach at the medial border. Most of the serratus anterior is deep to the scapula, latissimus dorsi, or pectoralis major. However, the portion of the serratus below the axilla, or armpit, is superficial and accessible.
Okay, let's begin by seeing the serratus anterior in action. I'm going to ask my partner to just bring his arm up, and I'm going to give him a little resistance and ask him to press his hand toward the ceiling. Great. Now, as his scapula is abducting around the thorax, we can see right there a great example of that portion of serratus anterior that engages and is superficial. Right here, all of those bellies. And there's that edge of the latissimus dorsi. There's the bottom edge of the pectoralis major. And right there, while he's contracting, I'll just take advantage of it and palpate it a little bit. There's those bellies of the serratus anterior that are attaching here on the rib cage. And then next to it, interdigitating with the serratus, is the external oblique. Good, and relax. So we can just set our hand right here, it sort of naturally fits, right in this space, and roll our fingers across some of that superficial tissue of the serratus. Now, how do I know that I'm not feeling the ribs? Because the serratus fibers are parallel with the ribs. Well, let's realize that the serratus anterior is superficial. It is muscle tissue, so it has fibers, it's striated, and that the ribs are deeper and, well, bone, so they're hard and they don't move. And there's the ribs underneath. But that's a great portion of the serratus you can really get your fingers on, even as I work my way underneath the lat. Now, I'm going to ask my partner to turn on his side toward me, and there's another portion of the serratus we can try to access, which is right here
underneath that medial border of the scapula. So I'm just going to try to work my hand in underneath this medial border to find that attachment site of the serratus. Now, of course, I'm going to be going through the middle fibers of the trapezius and the rhomboids, but if there's enough flexibility, like right there, I'm definitely going to sink my fingers onto that area where the serratus attaches. So the serratus isn't fully accessible, but those are just some portions that you can really get your hands on.
Okay, I think we're done with this portion. How about that? There we go. That looked like it felt good. All of this looks like it feels good. To me, anyways. All right, so how you guys hanging on? Doing all right? Have any questions about the structure? You're doing good. Yes, we'll get another break in a couple minutes. Thank you for sending it now. Hello. Okay, so you guys are all doing good. It's all starting to click in, make a little more sense of how the muscles move and why they move. You're fine. Kinda. I know it's a lot. Oh, no worries. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's harder without having to be able to touch. Either the videos are very helpful, yeah, they are. Not that program I have too is very helpful too. If you told me that, you know, the angle of scapula moves towards your back pocket, I still wouldn't be able to visualize that without somebody, you know, looking at it on something else. So, you know, so good. All right, I'm glad you guys are getting it for the most part. All right, so it is 8:12. So let's take, it's 8:13, perfect. So 10 minutes. So 8:23. Okay, I'm back. Everybody back? I'm looking for something. All right, hold on. What I'm looking for? Oh my God. All right, so we gotta go over some bone stuff. All right, bone. Bone. Okay, so you guys can all see these really good, right? Perfect. So play along and answer in your question panel if you know the answer. And then when we get to the polls, I'll say we're going to answer in the polls and you guys answer in the polls. So name 2 kinds of ossification. Two kinds of ossification. Intramembranosus ossification and endochondrial ossification. Okay, so intramembranous ossification is the cranial vault, the mandible, and the clavicle. And the endochondrial ossification is the skull base, the vertebrae, the long bones, and the pelvis. Hold on one second. Okay. You can write these for your notes. This is just a review, but I'm pretty sure that some of this is going to be on your test somewhere, sometime. This isn't a handout. This is just like Dan does it with you guys. He just does a little, he might do it a little bit different, but just the same thing. So anything that comes up yellow is a, thing you might want to write down. Big fat hint. What is the kind of bone that looks like a network of lattice? Yeah, oh, sorry, this thing's been all weird. Good. Good. We showed this to you. Denise and I showed you this part in the bone. Oh, it's the spongy bone. The spongy bone is that part that looks like a lattice, kind of holy. Kind of looks like if you ran your finger over it, you're going to cut your finger. What is the name of the kind of bone that is very hard and is found around the diaphysis of long bones and on the long surface of all other bones? Get some great answers. Yeah, it is compact bone. Compact bone is found around the diaphysis of bone and along the long surface of all other bones. This is a great picture of the spongy bone. That what they call that lattice work. That's why I said, like, if you run your finger over it, it looks like you could cut your finger on it, because it's like when you cut into the bone so that you can run your finger over it, it kind of looks sharp. Then you have that compact bone, which looks nice and flat and what we're used to seeing as a bone. In the long bone formation, a model form made of blank. In long bone formation, a model forms made of blank. Hyaline cartilage. In a long bone formation, a model forms made of hyaline cartilage. It's a really weird way to put that. Blank cells multiply, enlarge the model, dehydrate, die, and calcify. What kind of cells? Chondroblasts. Chondroblasts multiply, enlarge, dehydrate, and then calcify. So blasts make things. So anything that has a blast is going to make things. It's a blast because it's a blast. It makes a good time, right? It was a blast. I know, I'm so funny. Slap your knee. Okay, so a blast makes things. Blank enters the bone, bringing specialized cells and nutrients. Yeah, some good answers. Nutrient artery enters the bone, bringing specialized cells and nutrient. Okay, so when we were doing our little dissection, this is what Denise was dying to find, is that nutrient artery that came through the bone, and we found it. So that was kind of cool. Cartilage cells. What is the name of the cell that builds bone, eventually replacing the cartilage? Chondroblasts make cartilage for the person who asked me. What is the name of the cell that builds bone? Osteoblast. Osteo means bone. And because it's a blast, it's building bone. Osteoblast. Oh, and it's yeller. So maybe write this question down. What is the name for the cell that breaks down the bone? Good. Loving this. I'm loving all these answers. Okay, so the name for the cell that breaks down the bone is an osteoclast because it's breaking it down. It's not fun. It's not a blast. So it just keeps chugging along, laying down its ooze that just kind of eats the bone. Name the connective tissue that tendons and ligaments connect to bones. Give you a hint, it wraps around the bone. Good. It is the periosteum. Periosteum, fun fact. So anybody ever get shin splints? No, I got one now. You're lucky. Yes, I have two. Okay, and they're not fun. So what happens with shin splints is on your tibia, your tibialis anterior is attached, right, to the periosteum here. And it starts to tear away, this periosteum starts to tear away with the muscle. And that's what's giving you the shin splint. That's why it's so painful. because that connective tissue is having the issue. Starting to splinter. What is the name of the growth plate? You don't have to spell well. Good. It's okay. That's why we're reviewing. The growth plate is I looked this word up earlier so I could help myself say it because I'm bad at these names. The epithelial plate. Epi means above. So the epithelial plate. Cool. The next one is gonna be a poll. So let's jump into our polls here. Let me get my poll going. Let's see, polls. Open my poll. Launch my poll. You can see, okay. An air space in a facial bone is, go ahead and answer in the polls. Make sure you answer in the poll. Getting ready to close the poll. So if you don't know, take a wild guess. Closing the poll. Sharing. You guys did really well. Picking sinus. Sinus is the correct answer. If a client has fragile bones, what type of body work would be the most safe and not require application adjustment? Okay, ready to close the poll. Great job, you guys. Nobody picked deep tissue or sports. That was good. Reiki is your best answer because most Reiki practitioners do not touch the body while they do the Reiki. So that would be your best answer. Shiatsu, you do put pressure on the body. Deep tissue, you put a lot of pressure on the body. Sports massage, you put pressure on the body. So that's good. Name of the tissue found covering the articular surface of bones. Getting ready to close the poll. Most of you picked Highland. Good job. Highland cartilage is what covers the bone. When we say articulate, we mean where the two bones meet and they articulate. That's where they do their movement. They make a joint. They have a little conversation, articulation, right? So we have Highland cartilage right there. The meniscus is found in which joint? Okay, closing the poll. You guys did amazing. Oh, sharing the poll. Oh, you guys, most of you picked the knee. And the knee is the correct answer. Somebody asked me, what is the difference between hyaline cartilage and the periosteum? The periosteum is the connective tissue that covers the whole bone, and hyaline cartilage is only in where the joints are, where things articulate. It's a little bit cushier. I hope that answer helps you. Okay. Part of the process of bone remodeling refers to breakdown of bone tissue is And I think this one is a special note if you guys want to write this down. I'm closing the poll. Resorption. Resorption is the correct answer. Part of the process of the bone remodeling is to get resorption, so that osteoclast comes in and breaks down that bone, so our body resorbs it, and then our osteoblast comes and makes a better, thicker bone. What is one cause of osteoarthritis? Also, probably a special note. Getting ready to close the poll. Most of you picked wear and tear, and you would be absolutely correct. Wear and tear causes cumulative damage to the cartilage. ITIS means inflammation. So anytime you see that, it's an inflammation. All right, launching the next one. Kyphosis is usually this one looks like it might be one to write down also. Getting ready to close poll. So majority picked an extreme or exaggerated curvature of the thoracic spine. You would be correct. Kyphosis. And launch the next poll. What is lordosis? So we just had kyphosis. So what is a lordosis? Also, you might want to take a big note on this one. I'm getting ready to close the poll. Here you guys go. Most of you guys put anterior curvature of the spine, and you would be correct. You guys are doing so great. So great. Sway back. Okay, next poll. This condition affects females post-menopause and involves less of bone density, which can result in spontaneous fractures. Doesn't that just sound scary? I'm getting ready to close the poll. Closing the poll. Majority picked osteoporosis. Oh, fun fact, it's yellow. It's yellow. You are correct. Osteomyelitis, again, itis is an inflammation. And then rickets, we talked about rickets a little bit, I believe, when we talked about vitamin D absorption through the skin. And that's something that's a lack of vitamin D, rickets. Here comes the next poll. What is one of the functions of spongy bone? One of the functions. Oops, also yellow. Getting ready to close the poll. I'm going to share the poll. So most of you are correct when you picked our shock absorbers. Our spongy bone is our shock absorbers. So good job. It's like the extra, it's because we live here in Southern California, or in California in general, because of our earthquakes. It's like our earthquake supports, right? Or shock absorbers, like on our cars too, so that we don't feel that bounce and we have a nice smooth ride. In which skeletal system does the humerus belong? This is also notable. Getting ready to close poll. Majority picked appendicular, which is correct. Which is correct. Appendicular is all the appendages that come off of everything that's attached to the axial vertebrae. So everything that's not on the trunk of the body. A good page to look at for this is in your coloring book. It's page 19. So you can put a little side note for yourself, page 19 in your coloring book. You colored it in your regular circulatory class. This pathological condition is characterized as an autoimmune disease causing inflammation in joints and can lead to deformity. I also believe this is also a special note. Yeah, good job. Getting ready to close the poll. Majority of you put rheumatoid arthritis, which would be correct. Arthritis would have been correct had there not been other forms of arthritis on here to pick from. So, because you had other options of arthritis. But you know what? I am super interested in this one. What does this say? Gouty arthritis, intense pain, especially in the big toe. Oh, from gout. Okay. Huh. That does not look like fun. Not at all. All right, next poll. Which muscles are antagonistic to the main function of serratus anterior? Remember, serratus anterior was the last muscle we talked about. We get ready to close the poll. Okay, I'll share the poll with you guys. So most of you picked the rhomboids, which is the correct answer. The rhomboids is antagonistic to the main function of serratus anterior. And I don't have a slide for this, but I'm guessing it's a special note since Dan put it in there. So make sure that you put that the rhomboids are antagonistic to serratus anterior somewhere in your notes. Okay. Whoa, my screen's going all crazy. All right, you guys. You need a small break? Small? Yes? You need a tenner? 10 more? Okay. Break. 10 minutes. Alrighty. I'm back. You're back. Everybody's back. Back from break. Cool. All right. Let's see. Time flies. I have a fun favorite. Do you know what a fun favorite? Crash course video we can watch. Let's see. I love crash course videos too. They talk so fast that I actually can keep up. All right, so let me see. Where is my crash course video guy? Here we go, crash course video. There he is.
In March of 2015, American astronaut Scott Kelly and his Russian colleague Mikhail Kornienko began an unprecedented mission in space. They began a one-year term of service aboard the International Space Station, the longest tour of duty ever served on the ISS. Now, I imagine there's all sorts of stuff to worry about when you're packing for a year-long space voyage, like, say, how many books should I bring? How many pairs of underwear? Am I really okay with pooping into a suctioned plastic bag every day for a year? Will I come upon a derelict ship haunted by some stranded and insane astronaut from a forgotten mission, like in pretty much every space horror movie ever? Will there be coffee? Reasonable questions all, but in reality another one you might want to ask is, will I be able to walk when I get back home? We know microgravity is hard on a body, and this mission is largely about testing the physical effects of being weightless for so long. Astronauts often experience things like trouble sleeping, puffy faces, and loss of muscle mass, but perhaps the most serious damage a microgravity environment causes is to the bones. And bones, well, they're pretty clutch. So they may look all dried up and austere. Don't be fooled. Your bones are alive. Alive, I tell you. They're actually as dynamic as any of your organs and are made of active connective tissue that's constantly breaking down, regenerating, and repairing itself throughout your lifetime. In fact, you basically get a whole new skeleton every 7 to 10 years. In short, your bones do way more than just providing your squishy sack of flesh with support and scaffolding and the ability to move around. Your bones are basically how you store the calcium, phosphate, and other minerals you need to keep neurons firing and muscles contracting. They're also crucial to hematopoiesis, or blood cell production. All of your new blood, and we're talking like 1 trillion blood cells a day, is generated in your bone marrow, which also helps store energy as fat. Bones even help maintain homeostasis by regulating blood calcium levels and producing the hormone osteocalcin, which regulates bone formation and protects against glucose intolerance and diabetes. So the big buzzkill about life in space is that up there, a person suffers 1 to 2% bone loss every month. By comparison, your average elderly person experiences 1 to 2% bone loss every year. So for Kelly and Kornienko, that could mean losing up to 20% over a year in orbit. Given everything your bones do for you, that's really serious. And while most of that loss is reversible once they're back on Earth, it's not as easy as chugging some of Madame Pomfrey's Skelegro potion. Rehabilitation can take years of hard work, and that's after just a few months in orbit. Which is why Kelly and Kornienko are heroes of science, and not just for scholars of anatomy and physiology everywhere, but for anybody who has bones. An average human body contains 206 bones, ranging in shape and size from the tiny stapes of the inner ear to the huge femur of the thigh. That's a lot of bones to keep tabs on, so anatomists often divide these structures first by location into either axial or appendicular groups. As you might guess, your axial bones are found along your body's vertical axis, in your skull, vertebral column, and rib cage. They're kind of like your foundation, the stuff you can't really live without. They carry your other body parts, provide skeletal support and organ protection. Your appendicular bones are pretty much everything else. The bones that make up your limbs and the things that attach those limbs to your axial skeleton, like your pelvis and shoulder blades, these are the bones that help us move around. From there, bones are generally classified by their shape, and luckily those names are pretty obvious. Long bones are your classic-looking dog bone-shaped bones, the limb bones that are longer than they are wide, like the tibia and fibula of your lower legs, but also the trio of bones that make up your fingers. Follow some of those long bones to your foot or hand, and you'll hit a cube-shaped short bone like your foot's talus and cuboid, or or your wrists lacunate and scaphoid. Your flat bones are the thinner ones, like your sternum and scapulae, and also the bones that make up your brain case. And your irregular bones are all the weirdly shaped things like your vertebra and pelvis, which tend to be more specialized and unique. But despite their variations in size, shape, and finer function, all bones have a similar internal structure. They all have a dense, smooth-looking external layer of compact or cortical bone around a porous, honeycomb-looking area of spongy bone. This spongy bone tissue is made up of tiny cross-hatching supports called trabeculi that help the bone resist stress, and it's also where you typically find your bone marrow, which comes in two colors, red and yellow. Red marrow is the stuff that makes blood cells, so you should be glad that you have some of that, and yellow marrow stores energy as fat. If you happen to be a predatory animal, yellow bone marrow can be one of the best sources of calories you can find. The arrangement of these bone tissues, though, can be slightly different from one type of bone to the next. In flat, short, and irregular bones, for example, these tissues kind of look like a spongy bone sandwich on compact bone bread. But in some of your classic long bones, like the femur and humerus, the spongy bone and its red marrow are concentrated at the tips. These flared ends, or epiphyses, bookend a bone's shaft or diaphysis, which instead of having spongy bone in the center, surrounds a hollow medullary cavity that's full of yellow marrow. Now, although bone can look rock solid, grab a microscope and you'll see that it's actually loaded with layered plates and laced with little tunnels. It's intricate and kind of confusing in there, but the more you zoom into the microanatomy of bones, the better you can see how they're built and how they function right down to the cellular level. Let's start with the basic structural units of bone called osteons. These are cylindrical weight-bearing structures that run parallel to the bone's axis. Look inside one and you'll see that they're composed of tubes inside of tubes, so that a cross-section of an osteon looks like the rings of a tree trunk. Each one of these concentric tubes or lamellae is filled with collagen fibers that run in the same direction. But if you inspect the fibers of a neighboring lamella, either on the inside or the outside of the first one, you'll see that they run in a different direction, creating an alternating pattern. This reinforced structure helps your bone resist torsion stress, which is like twisting of your bones, which they experience a lot, and I encourage you not to imagine what a torsion fracture of one of your bones might feel like. Now, bone needs nourishment like any other tissue, so running along the length of each osteon are central canals which hold nerves and blood vessels. And then tucked away between the layers of lamellae are tiny oblong spaces called lacunae. As tiny as they are, these little gaps are where the real work of your skeletal system gets done, because they house your osteocytes. These are mature bone cells that monitor and maintain your bone matrix. They're like the construction foreman of your bones, passing along commands to your skeleton's two main workhorses, the osteoblasts and the osteoclasts. Osteoblasts, from the Greek words for bone and germ, or sprout, are the bone building cells, and they're actually what construct your bones in the first place. In the embryonic phase, bone tissue generally starts off as cartilage, which provides a framework for your bones to grow on. When osteoblasts come in, they secrete a glue-like cocktail of collagen, as well as enzymes that absorb calcium phosphate and other minerals from the blood. These minerals form calcium phosphate, which crystallize on the cartilage framework, ultimately forming a bone matrix that's about 1/3 mineral, 2/3 protein. From your time in the womb until you're about 25, your osteoblasts keep laying down more collagen and more calcium phosphate until your bones are fully grown and completely hardened. So while your osteoblasts are the bone makers, your osteoclasts are the bone breakers, which is kind of a violent image. Maybe think of them as like a bone breaker downer. Although the two kinds of cells do exact opposite jobs, they're not mortal enemies. In fact, I'm happy to report that they get along fabulously and create a perfect balance that allows your bones to regenerate. It's like if you want to renovate your house, you gotta rip out all those busted cabinets and the musty carpeting before you can bring in the nice hardwood floors and custom countertops. These cells work in a kind of similar way, in a process that I'd argue is less stressful than home improvement. It's called bone remodeling. The supervisors of this process are those osteocytes, which kick things off when they sense stress and strain or respond to mechanical stimuli, like the weightlessness of space or the impact of running on pavement. So say you're out running and something happens, nothing to be alarmed about, but suddenly the osteocytes in your femur detect a tiny microscopic fracture and initiate the remodeling process to fix it up. First, the osteocytes release chemical signals that direct osteoclasts to the site of the damage. When they get there, they secrete both a collagen-digesting enzyme and an acidic hydrogen ion mixture that dissolves the calcium phosphate, releasing its components back into the blood. This teardown process is called resorption. When the old bone tissue is cleaned out, the osteoclasts then undergo apoptosis, where they basically self-destruct before they can do any more damage. But before they auto-terminate, they use the hormone hotline to call over the osteoblasts, who come in and begin rebuilding the bone. The ratio of osteoclasts to osteoblasts can vary greatly, and if you stress your bones a lot through injury, by carrying extra weight, or just normal exercise, those osteoclasts are going to be swinging their little wrecking balls non-stop, breaking down bone so it can be remade. made. In this way, exercising stimulates bone remodeling and ultimately bone strength. So when you're working out, you're building bone as well as muscle. Which brings us back to our two space heroes slash guinea pigs, Scott Kelly and Mikhail Kornienko. Space crews generally need to exercise at least 15 hours a week to slow down the process of bone degradation, but even that can't fully stave off loss of bone density. In microgravity, osteocytes aren't getting much loading stimuli because less gravity means less weight. But for reasons that we don't understand yet, the osteoclasts actually increase their rate of bone resorption in low gravity, while the osteoblasts dial back on the bone formation. Because there's more bone breaking than bone making going on, everything is out of balance, and suddenly people start experiencing 1 to 2% monthly loss in bone mass. So in addition to providing astronauts with oxygen and water and food and protection from radiation and an environment that will keep them mentally stable, it turns out that we also have to figure out how to keep their bodies from consuming their own skeletons. But at least today we learned about the anatomy of the skeletal system, including the flat, short, and irregular bones and their individual arrangements of compact and spongy bone. We also went over the microanatomy of bones, particularly the osteons and their inner lamella. And finally, we got an introduction to the process of bone remodeling, which is carried out by crews of osteocytes, osteoblasts, and osteoclasts. Special thanks to our headmaster of learning, Thomas Frank, for his support for
Okay. So awesome. So awesome. All right, let's see. So my screen is paused. Stop pausing my screen. Whoever you are, pausing my screen. Okay. So I know you didn't get to do the exam coach on Sunday. So I think we're going to do that tonight. So you guys ready to answer some of these fun questions? Okay, so is the cardiovascular system, chapter 10, the same homework assignment as circulatory system? I believe you will find some of your answers in the cardiovascular system, but I think if you look on your syllabus, it says something else. This is to read somewhere else. The handout is titled Circulatory System on the syllabus. So you probably have a handout titled that. I am not sure of the answers for you for that one. I know the book doesn't have something called the circulatory system. Okay. All right. So the sacral vertebrae are the triangular shaped bones below the lumbar vertebrae and are formed by how many fused bones? Well, I know you guys didn't go through this. So what's your guesses? So they're asking about the sacrum. So how many fused vertebrae make up the sacrum? Majority here, I put B. So let's try B. Very good. B is the correct answer. So 5 vertebrae make up your sacrum. 5 fused vertebrae. Which term is used to describe the largest carpal bone in the hand located in the center of the wrist? Bones of the hand. Your answers are all over the place. I have a lot of C, I have a lot of A. I have some D. I think it's C. Yeah, C. Capitate. Capitate. Which term refers to the rounded end of a long bone? Because they're all over this one. The rounded end of a long bone. Epi, above, right? So the ends above. Which term refers to a fluid-filled sac that reduces friction between various anatomical structures? Majority says versa. Good job. Name the term used to describe a shallow depression in a bone. Great job. Fossa. Name a joint that only allows a rotary movement pattern. Ball and socket was your guys' biggest answer. Pivot. We think pivot. A rotary movement pattern. Do we think pivot? Pivot. Yep. A hinge, you know, a hinge is on a door. Gliding. A rotary. I guess a rotary, like the old timey phones, because you hit it and then it comes all the way back. Right? Instead of like a rotary, like we drive around in a circle. That's a tough one. Which term refers to a viscous fluid secreted by the synovial membrane that lubricates the joints? Unanimously, everybody wants. Synovial fluid. It even says in there, secreted by the synovial membrane. The tailbone is more formally known as the your tailbone's your coccyx. Your coccyx. Which term refers to the cartilage extension from the inferior end of the sternum? Which term refers to the cartilage extension from the inferior end of the sternum? I'm going for it. Xiphoid process. Xiphoid process. Which term best describes a sharp projection on the lateral humerus just proximal to the elbow that is the proximal attachment for some of the extensors of the forearm. Wow. You guys want B? Good job. Good job. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Go back here. Right. Where she go? She goes to pathology, skeletal system. Okay. The deterioration of cartilage under the patella is known as, oh, the deterioration, I can read. Deterioration of cartilage under the patella is known as, got a lot of A's. I got a lot of C's. Chondromalacia. Chondromalacia. A bone disorder resulting in a loss of bone mass and density caused by endocrine imbalance and poor metabolism of calcium is osteoporosis. When a client says he threw his back out, he is referring to the misalignment in the vertebrae known as Subluxation. Subluxation. It's a misalignment of the vertebrae, so it wouldn't be a fracture. So we have two fractures. And a bursitis is a sac filled with fluid, so it wouldn't be that one either. So just as of a, taking away the options, subluxation would be our best answer. A cause of osteoarthritis is majority say A. Hormonal imbalance. A technical term for swayback. Ooh. Must be hyper. Hyperlordosis. Majority of you guys pick C. And then B. A condition where the underside of the patella becomes inflamed and the patellar articular cartilage becomes softened is called I'm pretty sure this was in our review. So let's try A. A condition where too much parathyroid hormone results in abnormal high levels of calcium in the blood is so high levels are going to be a hyper. Let's go with A. No. C. C. Hyperparathyroidism. Okay. Some big words. A malignant tumor derived from bone or containing bone is called you all are choosing C. Osteosarcoma. Bursitis is generally caused by trauma or yeah, you guys are all choosing B. Good job. When the spine curves from side to side instead of running straight up and down, this is known as, can't fool you guys. Good job. Scoliosis. Wow, we did perfect. We're perfect. Whatever, 80, we passed. All right, you guys. Hope you had a great evening. It's 10 o'clock. We will see you Sunday, Monday. Remember to do your homework and turn it in on time. Go ahead and sign off. And for those of you, when I see you, I see you. And then if I don't see you, until next time.